Good day, netizens. King of Starford, with another episode of Europa Universalis 4 Anbennar. Uh, now, I don't know what happened to my Overtroll game. We might go back and redo that, but I don't think I didn't have the save file anymore. And I thought I saved it, but maybe not, or maybe just it ate the save because I had some issues with the power, I had some issues with the internet and everything. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna hop in here. I'm gonna play Krakdhumvror. I was playing it a little bit as a test there, just to make sure that everything looked good and ran right. But this is probably my favorite campaign on the game. I like starting. I like playing as dwarves, and these are my favorite dwarves. And I like starting back in a corner somewhere that you can fight your way out of, or in this case, explore your way out of. So it's not going to be a very uh, thrilling gameplay to begin with because we don't have anybody around us. But hopefully, we'll work our way up to that and see what we can do about getting our dwarvish empire up and running. So hop in, join me, and let's see how we do. Okay. And my computer's a potato, so bear with me while it loads everything here. If everything goes good, then all of this space up here will be us. That's not good. Put that a little hourglass. That's not good at all. Okay. This is a thing, nothing specific to the Krakdhumvror quartz dwarves. Alright. Then you guys can read all this if you want. Just, you can go ahead and do that. Do we want Great Conquerors on? We'll keep all the regions on. That doesn't bother me. No, we'll just play normal. Okay, so here we are at Krakdhumvror. 28 development. And a dwarven boat. What was our trade group? Iron. Okay. Now, first things first, we're going to seize, well, we're going to summon the diet. And we'll give it to the adventurers. Because here's what we're going to do. Seize land, and then we're going to give out the privileges that give the points. Admin, Diplo, and Mill points. Now we're also going to do supremacy over the council. That still only gives us 44%. So a right of council puts equilibrium at 54%. And yes, influence is 66. And yes, there's a mission here that says influence has to be under 50. By the time we get to that point, we should have it under 50 or close to it. We'll make it. Okay, we're at 45%, so we need at least 15%. What can we get for 5% or more that is decent? Not this, because we're gonna need to be putting stab cost up, or stability up, so we don't want it very expensive. We'll just do that. What are you at? 46%, so we need at least a 5 here. Sure, we'll do this. And we will do we need another one? We don't really need another one right now, so we can just hold off on that. As for adventures, generous quest rewards would be where we want to be. But we need to get at least a 45. So we will take this even though it's going to put stab cost up, because then we'll be able to use summon the diet to put it to 50 before we grab more, seize more land. Alright, let's look here. Nothing here. So, first two missions. Glowing Ember, right here, owned by Krakdhumvror, or Krakdhumvror development at least 50. And we are going to be working on both of those. But that's going to take a while. First things first. Dev cost or global settler increase. Let's just go with this for now. Alright, advisors. We definitely want a war one. Morale or discipline? We'll go with discipline. We'll do more damage. Okay. There's trade advisors. Do we have an... Inflation reduction, yes. We'll grab that guy even though he's level 2. And this guy. Forge the dwarven. This is for whenever you get the different gems and stuff. You have to find the crown and the different gems, and each gem and the crown give you different little perks, little buffs for your country. So we'll be looking for those. I know that the crown's probably the first one we're going to get. And let's go to the magic menu. Now, there's a couple different ways to do this. We look at spellbook. Abjuration has protected journey, which puts up settler chance and global settler increase. I think we want to go this route first. So we're going to study Abjuration so that we can get to that, because we're going to want to colonize fast. We're going to have Frozen Maw, which will probably be Grombar, over to the west, coming east. We're going to have Shattered Crown maybe coming up from south. And then there's always the Lake Federation that forms into whatever their giant steamroller ass nation is. And we don't want to deal with that. So we're going to grab Novice Adventurers. That's going to put us at our limit, right? Yeah, 13. And we're going to need a general. 2 in shock. Not the worst thing that could have happened. And we'll put us up to speed 5. And we'll start going. Now we definitely need to dev the capital, but we don't want to do that until 1450 when Renaissance spawns, because we want all of our dev points to go towards building Renaissance for us. So we'll wait for that. Meanwhile, let's look at these. No expeditions. That would have been nice. We're still on day 1. Now it's day 2. Boy, is this going slow. That's a lot better. There's definitely something eating up all my system resources, and I don't know what it is. Now, remnant stagnation. For millennia, we have waited within the safety of our hold. As the dwarven burned around us, amidst the chaos of orc and goblin invasions, we closed our gates and waited. Now, however, the time for waiting has ended. We must go out, reclaim the dwarven, and build a great dwarven nation once more. Out of our populace emerged 3 factions: the Reclaimers, the Expansionists, and the Court's Guard. The Reclaimers share a vision of our capital, a beautiful and magnificent hold, like the stories of all dwarven mentioned, monumental megastructures that reach deep down into Halon towards the very center of the world. It is their belief that only through these artistic and architectural endeavors we can ensure that our society shall not fail again. The expansionists advocate for a massive colonization effort into the old dwarven railways, the veins and arteries of Aldorov, and the many caverns that line these roads. By ensuring that these regions are safe, they say, we can sleep soundly again, knowing that no orc, no god can assault us again. The Guard stands for their might, combat prowess, and tactical superiority to ensure that the days of the dwarf 1,000-year decline of our old era within the mountains of the Serpent's will never repeat. We need to be better prepared for the dangers that still lurk outside of our gates. Only with a well-equipped army can we ensure the safety of our hold. At last, there are also dwarves who have risen, both out of fear of the new head as well as change to our country. Their leaders have announced they will try to stop us any way they can, even willing to use force if the need arises. The question now faces us: what shall be our first step? Time to forge our path. Okay, so that unlocks these 2 things: Remnant Awakening and Faction Investment. Remnant Awakening shows you here the Reclamationists, the Expansionists, and the Court's Guard. We have to get those to prepared status, and you do that by picking certain choices that maybe you pick something that sends troops to the Quartz Guard or something, and their readiness starts to go up until they're at least one of them fully there before you want to expand. I like to get them done. Now, I haven't seen anyone else do that. Everybody goes for one, and I like to be fully prepared before I go out, even though it subjects a year or two longer to get all three of them. But you play on the back of that because the multiple squares and our leader it pays off in the end. Now, speaking of paying, you can invest or direct investment with factions. And I'm going to start by going and giving it to the Quartz Guard. So that's how we're going to start. And you'll see, I gave them money, but they haven't, their level hasn't gone up yet. It takes a lot to get it. To go up. So we're going to be a minute doing this. All right, so let's hop in. We've got time ticking very, very slowly at a speed 5. Here we go. Our preparations to wake up from centuries of stagnation is topic for discussion in all social ranks of our country, from farmers and common laborers to powerful cartel officials and even clan chiefs. Everyone has their own opinions on what the direction of our country should be. These discussions are usually held in private behind closed doors, but this has suddenly changed as a famous statesman has decided to make his views public. He speaks openly on his beliefs that it is time to leave our past behind and pursue the great dream of all dwarven history. A great many of dwarves have gathered around him on the street. On the street he preaches his doctrine, and soon his enemies have arrived as well. But behold, the dwarves opposing any and all change to our country yell at him in anger and throw a mixture of insults and produce at him. My cabbages! The situation is dangerously close to escalating into a fight, so our counselor is hard-pressed to do something about this. Get the beholden out of here or stop him. If you stop him, this makes the beholden happy. If you say get the beholden out of here, it greatly angers the beholden, which you can also see over here, remnant awakening, beholden tension appeased. That will slowly turn from green into red, and when it's red, they attack. And you have to actually fight them off with your troops, which is why we hired that mercenary company on top of the 9,000 troops we already have. So we're going to do this, and it will randomly increase readiness of one of the factions. Let's see if we can see anything yet. Nope. And now Beholder's tension, as you can see at the bottom, went to calm instead of appeased. So we pissed them off a little bit. So we'll just move forward here. Making $270 a month, which isn't bad. Let's look here. Magical infrastructure. Yeah. Monthly reform progress modifier. Yeah. And we can't, even though it says we have a colonist, we don't until we get to the Remnant Awakening event here. Oh, this is because we have no Crownland and everything, and we're getting all the debuffs or whatever. We could see estate statutory rights. No, we're not getting anything. We'll handle it ourselves. We've got this. But anyway, back to this. So that put the tax modifier down because we used that direct investment. Tech cost and idea cost down. Good traits to have. Marketing 10%. Our ideas. Get national unrest -1, national tax modifier +10%. Tech cost reduced by 2.5%. Reform progress growth 10%. Fort defense +15%. Shock damage received -15%. That's a good one. Fort creation cost -15%. Dev cost -10%. That's a good one. Monthly war exhaustion -0.3. Yeah, not bad. The reclaimers. So the reclaimers have a great vision of artistic and architectural self-expression. The idea of a whole to rival the beauties of all the world. They return to glory, days of ages past. They believe that this vision will carry us to our awakening. A group of reclaimers approach our council now and ask how we could support their plans. Say we cannot. Try to map the lower levels. Now this moderately increases their readiness, and we get 10 admin, but we lose 10 diplo and 10 mil, or greatly increase their readiness and grab 20 admin and lose 20 diplo and mil. We're going to greatly increase it. Now we're going to look again just to see if... Nope, nobody yet. Okay. Nothing here. Okay, we also have possible advisors +2 and discipline +5% to start with. Province war score cost -15%. Once we get all of the ideas. Hold on. Here's one to buy the agate gem. We're going to be using this at some point. We don't have to do it yet. This kind of goes like the Coptic religion in base EU4. For every holy site that you can control, then you get to pick a new elite. So we grabbed the global settler increase because some dwarf controls Argorston and has it set to ancestor worship. Now, these are expansionists. Made this a primary goal, and to that end, they approach council and ask for resources. Beyond our holds walls lie empty tunnels and caves, waiting to be retaken by their rightful owners, the dwarves of Krakdhumvror. and prepare a logistical. Now this is just the same as the other, except this is gain 20 Diplo power and lose 20 admin and mill. So it just kind of balances out over time. But again, still nobody's level has increased except the Beholden Pension level. So nobody's, it doesn't look like anybody is ready, further along in their readiness plans, but they are. You just can't see it anymore. Here, we can go up to 3 generals. We can also have 3 admirals, but that's not going to do us a whole lot of good with no ports. And the estates, which once we get all of this stuff up, then we'll start seizing land and getting some of these debuffs down. The only one that really hurts is the tax modifier for the moment. There is monthly autonomy change. There is no autonomy in the capital. Liberty desire from subjects. We don't even have any subjects. So this doesn't really hurt us except for the tax modifier. And we're still in the positive, and that's with using 1 level 2 advisor. So we're good. Okay. That seems to be going a little faster. Oh, good. And we discovered some land. It's all wasteland, but we've discovered some wasteland outside. Giant sandbull being trapped up here in the corner. And once we come out of these caves, we're definitely going to come out swinging, because I want to mass colonize everything. So we are going to be going for expansion and exploration, I think, as our first 2 ideas. I think if we do that, we might be able to get 6 colonists at the same time. All right, do that. And as I said, not the most thrilling to start with, but this wouldn't be so horrible if my computer was a little faster, because these ticks, I've watched these ticks on other streamers like Lambert, Lord Lambert, who, if you haven't followed him or watched him, definitely go watch Lambert. He does a lot of playthroughs with different countries. He plays a lot of multiplayer and stuff too. I never, my poor computer right now is chugging on single player, so there's no way, absolutely no way. I would just, we'd be on speed 1, if that, if we played a multiplayer for everybody. So we're not going to do that or try that. Not unless I get much better equipment in the future. So, but he plays a bunch of multiplayer and single player. I saw him play a single player Krakdhumvror campaign or whatever, and he went for the faction, I think the Re- Reclaimers, so that he could get you get a hold level, a free hold level by doing that. Now, I usually like to get all three of them up to prepared status, and then I pick expansionist so that I can expand faster. But there's no real right way to do it. It's the right way for you and your playstyle. But there are definitely wrong ways to do it. So, um, you know, ran into a couple of those before I figured out how to make this a working uh, scenario to get out of this mountain. Okay, we're not getting very lucky with the events. I think they can pop up on the month pick, and we've only had a couple. There really should be some more, but the Beholden are about ready to attack. So when they do, they'll pop up little set of troops right here, and they'll fight against our 13. I think the most that they can pop up is 12 at a time. Technically 18 if you're really unlucky, and that's if you get the event that can spawn 6 of them at the same time that you get the event that spawns 12 of them. So I think you can avoid, like, you can be fighting the 6 and hold off clicking the button to spawn the other 12 for a little bit. So you really shouldn't fight 18 at the same time. Then if you do, that's on you. Okay. Expedition. Once we find as long as we have less than 2 fully colonized provinces, we'll be able to find ancient dwarven knowledge during our expeditions. That's why we couldn't find it before. Okay, more for the expansionists. Still, nothing yet, huh? Oh, wait, look, drafting plans. So that put them to the next stage of readiness. Now, the Beholden are not happy with that, and we can hit, follow their demands, which either gives us 1 base tax, 1 production, 1 manpower, or nothing, and it reduces the readiness of all the other factions. So that would drop right back down. You don't want that. You can pretend to oblige, and you get a percentage chance of debuff, either tax modifier down 30, production down 30, manpower down 20, construction time plus 50%, lose 2 units of infantry, global settler increase minus 10, morale of armies minus 5, or dev cost plus 10, and it drastically reduces their eagerness to fight. Or you purge them, and it drops down stability, spawns 6 units with a 50% chance of spawning another 6 units. So we're going to purge them and drop stab. And it only spawns 6. Good. We'll boost twice. That puts us at 1 stab. we're good. Just wait a little bit more. Where is our spell book? Okay. Divination, guidance. This gives you a 1 in 3 chance of 20 points in either admin, diplo, or mill. So let's do that and see what we get. I think we got mill. And admin. Okay. That's definitely what we wanted. Reclaimers, we'll take that to greatly increase. Now we've got 2 at the orange level instead of red. I said I was going to focus on the Quartz Guard, and of course, they're the ones in last place. That's okay, though. They'll all get there eventually. I just wanted to put them up first, because focusing on them, you get more mill points early, and if I can get to level 4 military tech, then my troops stand a better chance of beating enemy troops and not losing as many to these rebels. Plus, we're going to have goblins, as you can see. Cold Cave Goblins, 5,300 there, 3,100 there. So, get the beholden out of here, which will give us. Now we're at yellow on the reclaimers. So we really are getting everything but the one we wanted first. Okay. So be it. How we doing on loyalty? Still a ways to go on this. Until 64 to do that. So we'll do that once it turns 50 and once Renaissance spawns. Then we'll dev our capital. Okay, this gives us a choice of who we want it to go to and a 75% chance of rebels. But yeah, we don't care. Kick rebels' butts. Didn't even lose 1,000 total. More for the expansionists. Finally, Quartz Guard goes to orange status. So yellow, orange, and orange. Then we'll look at the mission tree here. Once this is a city, it will discover the rest of these different states, I guess, or different provinces. And that gives us more settler chance and more global settler increase while we're at it. And then we need to have all of this. And that unlocks some more stuff down here. And that's where you start going into expansion and making sure you have other provinces colonized. As for over here, because Dev gets to 50, what did we say it was? 28? It's 28 right now. So we've got to put it up by 22. And we'll eventually do all of that fun stuff too. And then they want all three of those colonized with a development of at least 6. And it's Dev of 4 right now on that one. This needs nobility influence lower than 50. We'll get there over time. And we need an army equal or larger than 14,000. So we'll get to that at some point too. Okay. Recently been found that different historiographical records of a revered ancestor conflict with each other, leading to heated debate between different factions of the Stone Keepers. While it isn't really our business to interfere, the debate is starting to interfere with their other needs. We must make the decision for them, or let them argue they'll tire themselves out. Now, I don't know why we would want to lose influence and loyalty when we can just gain admin. But whatever. Relating the forges, Krakdhumvror needs base production of at least 15 and have a workshop. So, we'll get there in the course of deving it up for the other stuff. But we can do an investment again. Let's invest. In the Quartz Guard. And that pissed somebody. Alright. Purge him again. And now, that's fun. It's a little dicey for a minute. Stability again. Here's for our splendor levels. We gain more splendor by controlling at least 5 provinces with level 2 or higher centers of trade. Embrace Renaissance. And have at least 5 different vassals. Humiliate a rival. Use Purge Warband decision on another nation in the Serpent's Mind. We might get lucky enough to do that. The rest of these are going to be rough except Embrace Renaissance. We just don't get to other people very fast. And controlling centers of trade, technically we can get to that one, but it's still going to be a while. All right. Here's a clan willing to help. Let's send it to the court. Yep, and rebels pop up. 75% chance of that one. I mean, it's hard to not have rebels pop up on that one, but again, it doesn't really bother us that much. This is the reason we grabbed the mercenary company. And everybody's in yellow status right now. Guard. Just keep going. Sorry, I had a message there to check. Yeah, slow, very slow early gameplay. Not as bad if you have a faster computer, and of course it's not as bad if I wasn't trying to also stream and record this at the same time. That's taking a lot of my processor power too, so it goes a lot faster for me on single player. So if you're wondering, like, oh my god, how could this be your favorite? It is so slow. Not quite as bad when it's moving at a little faster speed. There's not a whole lot to do. So it's easy going. Oh, good. Free stab. That is exactly what we need. That is the best event as these dwarves, because you have to use stab to fight down those rebels, the beholden, and it wrecks our admin points. Still yellow for everyone. Where are we on tech? Close. Use guidance and get a little extra. Two more turns, we should be able to put Diplo up, unless we get a couple of events that are anti-Diplo stuff. Get him out of here. Okay, That gives us a level of Diplo. We're still at yellow on everyone. We'll solve this ourselves. Quit asking. Still yellow. Man, this... I swear this goes faster sometimes. But usually we should be able to finish all the texts before somewhere between 52 and 54. 1452 or 1454. There's some more quartz guard. Okay, and time to purge the reactor. Only 6 this time. Yeehaw. Pull them out of here. Okay, now the reclaimers are the polishing plans, which is light green. Getting there. Training. I guess we can do this one. Stonekeeper's loyalty and influence up. That doesn't. Okay, quartz guard at polishing plans now. Alright, our general's dead. That sucks, but definitely, we definitely want to have a general on our troops. Because otherwise, if the quartz guard, or I'm sorry, if the holding spawn 12 rebels at once, they do have a chance of beating us. And we do not want that to happen. Because that's basically game over for us at that point. But yeah, to the army. Send it to the guard. Okay. Almost healed up. Radical reforms. Oh, this is the one where we get 200 admin and 200 Diplo. So what you want to do is, because otherwise it gets rid of your advisors permanently, you want to fire them. And then hit this, because it quote-unquote fires them and you get the points for them. And then you just rehire them right back. That's one way to game the system. Well, we're going to need a little bit more. Now we can get it. And we can even pop a level in admin. That usually doesn't happen until after you've done the Remnant Awakening thing, because you're always doing the stab thing. But because we got that artist and got the free stab point, that's one level we didn't have to spend to stay at positive stability. Which, I mean, it doesn't have to be positive stability. It's nice to have at least one positive stability. Get the Beholden out of here. And still at polishing plans for everybody. Okay, now what point do we want to put? Let's give him nil. Okay, it is 1450. Did Renaissance spawn? Yes, in Nape's Bay. So we still want to hold out, but I'm going to expand infrastructure here to get ready for it when it happens. That'll also give us a little extra gold and stuff per turn. Still polishing plans for everybody. More guidance. We'll take those free monarch points. Guard. See, here's the event I was talking about. So I'm being attacked by 6 of them. I could hit this, and 12 more would possibly show up. But we're not going to hit that yet because we're not stupid. Okay, we're not stupid on this particular issue. We might be stupid. We've been known to do some stupid shit, guys. Infantry combat ability on our general. Good. Alright, let's see. Let's heal up a little bit. Maybe get back to at least 1200 before we hit the purge them thing. Okay, yeah, one more month. They won't let it good. It only popped 6. That's what we want. Excellent. Now they're appeased. Everybody's in polishing plans. Finish this faction's preparation. So now the expansionists are ready to go. I could click that and just go with them and not have the other 2 ready to go, but we won't get the additional bonuses for the other 2 factions. And we want the additional bonuses for the other 2 factions because we're greedy. So like I said, between 52 and 54 are usually when we get lucky and are able to pop these. If we could get it before the end of 51, that would be great. So if you just want to randomly pop those events game, I would not be upset about it. Oh. 25 to pop that, okay. Is this our military? It is. Tactics increased, morale increased. We will take less damage against rebels or goblins when it gets to that. Man, we have to give them something else. Yeah, I don't see that happening. You know what? Let's just seize the land. We'll take the rebels. We can deal with that for a minute, because that's only merc cost and merc discipline. We can handle it. And it gives us the 5% crown land that we need to put royalty up. And increase the chance of removing all adventurers wanted province modifiers whenever we have like werewolves or zombies or something pop up in a province. Okay, Port's Guard. Not quite ready yet. And the Reclaimer's not quite ready yet, but closer. Come on, random events. I'm ready to go. That's the Reclaimers. Now we just need to get the guard ready. We might do it before the end of 1451. Which would be wonderful. Well, that's not going to happen now. Probably not, unless it happens on December 1st. Nope. Just doesn't want to do it before 52, apparently. I mean, definitely, if we'd only been focusing on one, we'd have been ready to go by now and been out of our stagnation period, I guess, the remnant stagnation event that we're in. And all the old dwarven holds have that. Argorstrom, Avdoludum, Segdir, Verkelgolan, Avdolkanzad. Okay, what do we want? I guess admin. Because we're going to have to core provinces as we go, so. More free points. Come on. Let's go. Let's get the guard ready. This RNG is killing me. RNGesus, you are not kind. Ooh. This is a centaur tribe. They're migratory over here. It'll be great if they move this way and we are stupid enough to come up the tunnel. Because once we get to them, we can attack them and just grab that land as a core without having to wait to colonize it. They usually don't do that. I've seen them do it once or twice where they've gone in here or they've gone into the mountains to the south. But I've also attacked them and just taken a province over here too, which is fine. What's not fine is that this event will not trigger. Come on, there is one thing left. And this is why I said sometimes it takes till 1454 to do it, because like if the events would pop, we'd be fine. But it's kind of a randomized thing, and I think it's like for every month that you don't get an event, the probability of you getting that event goes up, or getting an event goes up. But apparently it only goes up to like 0.00000 like 1. Here we go. There, that finished it. Okay, we're good. So on month 9 of 52. So we hit the Remnant Awakens. It's taken much preparation, but we were finally ready to step out into the world. No longer shall we hide behind our walls, now to see the fruits of our preparations. Now, if you chose Reclaimers, you can do gain 10 prestige. You go to dig level 3 instead of 2, so you get that bonus one. Construction time goes up by 20, dev cost down 150%. Local goods produced 30, tax modifier 20%, missionary strength 4.5%, state maintenance up 30%, defensiveness up 25, minimum local autonomy plus 5. Plus you get dev cost for digging expert council. Dev cost goes to 10%, yearly tax income plus $24. So 2 gold a month. Global settler increase plus 15, and morale of armies plus 10, land maintenance modifier minus 15% cost. Or you can go with the army, get 10 prestige, tax income 24, morale of armies 15, land maintenance minus 30, global settler 15, goods produced plus 10, dev cost minus 5, global settler increase 15. And this is the one I like to go with because yearly tax income 48, so we're getting 4 extra gold per month. Colonists plus 1, global settler increase plus 60, dev cost minus 5%, morale of armies plus 10, land maintenance modifier minus 15. That's the one we're going to go with, is expansionists. So we have to wait. Well, we don't have to wait for this. We want to turn on our development unit. And didn't we have a mission to dev the capital? Base manpower at least 11. So let's place there. Get our manpower and extra loyalty. And we'll choose another agenda because we won't be ready for a while to get rid of this number, so it doesn't matter for the moment. Let's do this one for the merchant guilds and get the extra money. We also want to dev Renaissance, so we're going to do that. Look at part 2 to get the extra money. And then we will dev admin, dev production. We need more points. Okay, now it hit the month tick. So now it will let us choose our native policy, which we're going to go with repression because it gives us the extra 20 global settler increase per month. And now I want you to go here. You to split off 2 guys. And go with the mercs. You guys, you 7 go here. Colonize. There is an expedition target there. And there's an expedition target here. It's a good start. Oops, also, since we have exploration policies now, establish new lands, native assimilation plus 50%. That's probably not going to affect us because as dwarves we get a debuff for that. But we can take the settler chance and the global settler increase of plus 10. And for adventurers, we can get the settler chance and the settler increase of plus 10. So that spread is 115 per year in these colonies. That isn't going to take us very long to colonize them, which is the point. Gain Conquistador. Yes, because we're going to put him. You know what? I might as well put him on that. No, put him on the marks. And Colonial Rage plus 10%. Gain Explorer with 40 Tradition. We don't need that. We don't need any range. We're just going to be exploring right next to provinces that we already have. And we don't have any light ships to put explorers on. We don't even have any ports yet. But if things go right, we'll get there. So now it actually starts moving with the colonization going on. Still getting 3 per turn. By the way, did you notice this? Colonial maintenance, 4. Because we got 2 colonies going at once. That's why they gave us 48. Since we were getting the extra colonist, it was breaking down to an extra 4 per month. It basically just pays for your colonial maintenance, the extra money that you get per month. Which is why if you went with one of the other two, you only got 24, because you'd only have one colony going, and it would cost you 2 gold per month. But if they're gonna give me an extra colonist and pay for colonizing an extra spot, I'm in. Now we need to get some events where we get extra colonists or extra colonist speed increase and things like that for those 2 colonies, especially this one. If we can expand this way just a little faster than we can expand this way, that'll be great. Yep, here we go. Glowing embers. Got an extra 200. Might as well hide that for now, because we don't need it for anything. That's the same thing with the rewards to Dwarven. One tax and foul dark will unite the colonies. Now we need development in those colonies to be at 6 or more. So normally I would take the 100 colonists, but if I can save on the admin points, I'm going to do it. And that already puts us at a level 5 colony, which is great. Expand infrastructure so that we can dev a little cheaper. It was at 114, now it's at 106. And we got a level in magic. Okay, so we need to save up mana. Once we get to 50, that'll give us an extra settler chance and extra global settler increase. So we definitely want that too. What are we looking for here? Local goods produced. For 5 years. Maybe. Yeah, I don't think I want those. I think what I want to do is study some necromancy. I need for this? 30. I need 50. I've got 35. Alright. Oh, look at that. Mithril and glowing embers. Thank you. That is the second best, I think, trading good in the game, next to games tier. And arguably, it might be better than games tier because if for every mithril that you get, well, there's that. But I think you get shock damage added or reduced, like shock damage attack added and shock damage defense, like damage incoming is reduced. I think it's damage incoming is reduced. I think it's shock. I don't think it's fire and shock. Has appeared in Krakdhumvror. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Construction cost, dev cost, and monarch starting spell levels +1. Have spells on our monarch, and we can expand infrastructure, and that gets dev cost down a little bit more. Back to 114 at least. 5 more. Native attack doesn't bother us. Our neighbors are more technologically advanced than us. What neighbors? And Centaur? I doubt that they're more technologically advanced than us. We have on expenses 5. So our old bad guy. Let's go with Shade. I want adding in dip. And I only need 2 more to 50. Might as well upgrade the center trade here. That will give me a little extra dev cost reduction. It's all about getting dev cost down. Dev cost down to you want those dev cost bonuses. So you also want construction time. You want to reduce construction time because when you dig hole, it is affected by the construction time modifier. So anything that helps with that, such as infrastructure idea, construction time minus 25%. This is a good one to have as a very. But as I said, I'm going to be taking expansion and probably exploration off of that. Those are going to be first before I go after this crap. Because I need to expand. I need to have more land fast once I get out of here. Because I've already slowed down by waiting on RNG events to happen. And I like to be coming out of here. Seems there's always, yeah, we're taking 8 prestige or 1 stability. 8 prestige, definitely. But we want to be coming out of the mountain. You know, in maybe the early 60s if we can help it. I don't see that happening. Maybe the 70s. Oh, God. Fine. Just all these events for negative stability. Yes, I know it's expensive, but I really need to dev just 2 more times, and then I'll take the edict off. I guess we lose the money and take the Diplo and Diplo rep. 30. So next turn I should be able to do it. Right? Right here. Production efficiency, national tax modifier. Now, Midjurder Kralt. The ancient fortress of Midjurder Kralt, upon whose foundations the hold of Krakdhumvror was built, still sits proudly. Its strong walls rest firm but unused in the center of our oldest district. We should refurbish the old stronghold and find a use for it once again. We've had many proposals for its refurbishment over the years, restoring its garrison, using it as a government building. Some even propose tearing it down and building something else. We should take our pick and see it done. Our government could use the extra space. This gives yearly Republican tradition. That's a no. Modernize the defenses and refit the garrison. Local defensiveness plus 25%. Tempting. Or tear the old girl down and make way for the future, which gives stability cost modifier plus 10%. Local dev cost minus 5%. Do we want to get dev cost down? Yes. So, sorry about your luck. And there. Production efficiency 10%, national tax modifier 10%. Now, that also gives us the ability to dig the hole. And in order to dig the hole, we go here, where it says dig deeper. Total cost, 179 crowns. Total time, 9.12 years. These are slow going. This is why you want construction time bonuses. But we're going to dig, even though we don't have the money for it. We'll go into debt to dig that fortress. That's fine. Yep, there's a bunch of loans. We should probably take the indebted to the burger loans. Pay off those other loans. Right, interest. Yeah, because they're interest 2%. We don't want these. Okay, so that leaves us with one 2% loan and a bunch of 1% loans. That's fine. We'll pay those off soon enough. And now we can also turn off this edict, which is 381 for this state, and that'll take it to, or 381 to 434. So it was taking some of our income, about 50 cents on the dollar, 0.5 gold. Alright, colonies are coming along. They're each at 904. This will drop trade efficiency by 10%. We'll lose 50 diplo. The construction progress will increase by 0.05. Yes, we actually want that. Because over 9 years, that will be a measurable amount. 0.05 doesn't seem like a lot, but I mean, when you take into account 9 years. let's see, 9 times 12, 90, 18, would be what, 108? 108 months. And 10%, which would be 0.1, would reduce that by 10.8 months. So this is reducing it by 5.4 months, if my math's right, which it very well may not be. Okay, can't seize land quite yet. Okay, there's glowing embers. So let's get the bonus point for settlers, and also build 3 more of these guys up the force limit. We'll core that. Send the explorer to the next cavern on the next day. There we go. And there's 7,300 in there, so we're gonna wait a moment. I don't want my 7,000 running into a superior force, at least numerically superior. I want to go in with more troops than they have, just in case. Wait for the tick. Excellent. Go in with 10,000. Send a colonist over here in one turn. And send 6,000 up. Not quite yet. And both under attack, of course. But that's okay, because we get a little bit of army tradition. Prestige. A little bit of army tradition every time we get into those fights. And what is our army tradition at the moment? It is 21.4. Current effects, morale up 5%, manpower recovery up 2.1, morale up, morale recover, army morale speed up 2.1%, siege ability up 1%, and nobility loyalty up 1%. So that's why it's nice to get tradition and stuff up. Getting army professionalism up also would help if we could pull some troops off to train them. Which we probably could a little bit. It's not that big a deal right now. And again, if you want to like min-max things, yes, that's kind of the way to go. But I'm not that insane with the min-maxing. Oh, lost our general. Right, 2 shock, and 2, no, 3 maneuver, 1 siege, okay. Okay, we finally hit 50%. Let's seize land. And that is helping. We still need to do a little better, but we're getting there. Okay, will not do anything yet. We're going to wait. No point in deving it yet. We need all three of them to be at 6. And that's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 5. So we'll wait yet. It's still okay. We're in no hurry here. Oops. Hold on. Renaissance. Getting there. And 1 center trade. Cooking hall changed to wool. Meh. That's not a good, that we wanted to spawn there. Now here it is. Shock damage. Plus 2%, shock damage received minus 1%. So that's where it's both. We deal out more shock damage and we receive less shock damage. And that's for every one of these mithril provinces that we own. So it's already up by 0.2% and damage received down by 1%. So if we find a bunch more of those provinces, our army deals more damage and takes less damage. Plus we get the bonus for dealing in mithril. Alright, what do I want? Okay, so diet summoned, that's 10. That'll take this down to 58. Yeah, we want to just hold off on this for now. No more summoning the diet, because we want to get this under 50. And it'll be easy to do that once both of those summoning the diet modifiers wear off, and if we get one event where it decreases nobility loyalty by 10% or something, then we're good. More free army tradition. Almost one free army tradition. And this happens when you're digging some time. Miners enter a cavern. Beyond the light of their torches, there is only darkness. They tread carefully, wary of disturbing any traps that may be lying there. The cavern is silent, but with the soft crackling of their torches, then arrows fly. The torches clatter to the ground and are snuffed upon the cold stone floor. For a few seconds, there is naught but darkness, and then, in an instant, the darkness is pierced by the glow of hundreds of glowing yellow eyes. 17 goblin horde regiments rise up in revolt in Krakdhumvror. Okay, we need one more infantry there. You guys retreat to here. You guys retreat to here. Need everybody back home to man the defenses to beat this goblin ambush. Okay. Let's wait until the tick. Oh God. plus 10 army tradition. Plus 1.6. Did it seriously say plus 10 army tradition? I don't think so. There we go. New settlement. Okay, now stillness. We're gonna take the base tax. Like I said, we need these to be 6 dev or more. We're gonna take the 3 points. Because we're okay with Republican tradition. It's high enough. And it recovers, right? How much a year? 1 every year. Yeah, we're good. Okay. Come on. And both of these have expedition targets in them, so we can send expeditions to them when we have enough troops to spare. What does loyalty look like? Nobility and ice surplus. Prestige up. I don't know about that. Fire and something. I don't know about that. We're not putting economy up. Base tax is 20, or Krakdhumvror gets a marketplace. I think they get a marketplace. Oh, shit. And I can't build a marketplace because I'm digging. But it's already at 39%, so we're doing okay so far. Hold on. Here's that 2% loan. Let's get rid of that. And let's repay these things. Because we don't need them right now. That's good for now. What are we making? Just a little under 6 a month. We are making 6 a month. Just a little over 6 a month. So we're good with that. Now we can't do anything with our merchants yet because if you look, you can't even see our node. There's our goods so far. A moo cow, some mushrooms, some iron, some mithril, and the wool. We need better. Now I do know that the mushroom and the cow aren't going to stay there. They're going to change into other things because that's in the mission tree. Another trade efficiency guy because we have these 2. We might get to do that okie doke again where we quote unquote fire them both and get the 200 free admin points. That would be nice. Where are we at on the digging? 45%. So this is going faster than you think it does. takes a while, but it doesn't take as long as it says it does, because you have those construction bonuses and things. No great projects in here that we know of. That one. No expedition target there. No expedition target there. Or there. Well, that's disappointing, but not unexpected. Oh, you evil game. This is one of the funniest things. So, comets always give you a -1 stability thing. Comet sighted. And we're dwarves, so we're underground. Peasants are always superstitious, and the appearance of a comet in the sky has caused panic among our people. They're convinced this sign the end of times is near, or that something bad is going to happen in the near future. And you usually have choices, and all of them lead to -1 stability. But we're dwarves, so if there's a comet underground, it's really bad. How did it get down here? Lose 1 stability, lose 1 stability. We lose 2 stability. That is the most evil. So much for saving up our admin points. I don't want to be at negative stat. We will repay our last loan. Now we're good. Now we don't owe. Now we don't owe any more loans. Cooking Hall is good. Goblin shouldn't be running a business anyway. We're going to grab that money. And that reminds me. Go to our tolerance, racial tolerance menus. We go to goblins. And we purge these little bastages. Because we do not want filthy goblins in our lands. Next thing you know, they'll be running all the banks, they'll be running all the media, getting us into wars with people, blackmailing our politicians. Yeah, no goblins. Goblins bad. Oh, we can cast that abjuration spell though. There we go. There's our global settler increase, and we can get a few extra free monarch points. For 67. Go here. Those bad guys, whenever you start talking. Which will be pretty soon. They're already at 800 people. now we have an expedition menu because we have this spot here that we can send an expedition to. Nope, not yet. Good on that. Just wait a moment. There we go. Colony in the stillness is done. One more turn. We'll start colonizing that. We will state it up in a moment as soon as the colonist shows up. Yes. State it up. We'll take the corruption. I don't want to get rid of the traitor. Where are we on the digging here? So 62%. Slow going, but it's going. Still 62. 63. Okay. So, change construction progress by negative 0.5%. Nope, we're sending in the military. We do not want to slow down progress of the dig. We want to speed it up in just about every way we can think of. And I say just about because there is an option where sometimes it's like, hey, why don't we use explosives? That sounds like a great idea to help dig faster. And nothing could go wrong, right? Don't choose it. Because if it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. And you lose development in your capital. And that is what you do not want to do. You never want to lose dev in the capital. How are we doing? 6.69, nice. That needs to keep increasing. Colonists coming, anvils fracture, serpent bloom. Again, not the best. What do these do again? Local manpower modifier plus 10%. Yeah, we don't really need that. Supply limit modifier. We'll be fixing those because once they're all 6, we can complete this mission, which gives us a prospecting for ore modifier. And then once that ends up, or once that finishes, this happens. We lose 5,000 manpower, 300 crowns, and 100 admin power, but it gives them local dev cost minus 60% till the end of the game. Local goods produced plus 50 or 0.5. Governing cost is down by 25%. And the Foul Dark gets renamed, Stonus gets renamed, Abrupt End gets renamed. And the goods change to different things. Change to iron, huh? That's weird. Construction progress down, send out guards. Send out guards. There is no decreasing construction progress. We do not accept that. %. And dev cost is 145. Remember that, because it'll drop once we get the new dig level. There we go. Local construction cost. Yeah, just because we're dwarves. Can also build one of these there and get dev cost down by another 10%, which we will eventually do. But that'll be after we build the market there for that mission. Oh, what did we get up? Diplomacy. Trade efficiency increased by 2%. Naval maintenance up. Oh. How will we ever survive? And there's some goblins that are purged. Less filthy goblins. All good. NC Hood. Tech up. Okay. Do not get ambushed by the goblins. But we're going to go defense. The dwarven turtle. Clan McConnell. Quite. Still over 50, still over 50. Okay. Just gotta wait on those two. What did I say? I wanted to be out of here by the 60s. And it's 62. We might make it out by the end of the 60s. It'll probably be 70. It's gonna be a minute. Okay, we got our necromancy proficiency up. Let's do it again. Soldier. Build him. And he can go join his friends down here. This end is taken care of. This is the one we need to worry about for now. Because the next spot is 10,000 goblins. Come on. All right. That's ready. You go there. We're gonna have to take one of these guys. Two of these guys, actually. And set them down here. Because I don't, like I said, I don't want these guys having to fight superior numbers. Stuck in without getting attacked. Let's see how long that lasts. These guys are almost done. Come on, guys. Now, we can look at our expedition menus while we're at it. Gold medium, silver medium. The stillness at a silver medium. That's the one we're going to go for first. Gold mediums are good. Those are the ones we definitely want. Man, we lost a general again? Come on. Yeah, we can get a conquistador for free. Oh, look at that. 2441. Yes, please. $962. Should be any day now. That did it. Let's go to the stillness. Record. Alright, so we set up our first expedition here for the stillness. Organize the expedition. Start preparation. Now, this tells you the danger level. From copper, silver, gold, platinum, and chromium or chromium, short, medium, or long for length of time. This tells you how much loot you're estimated to bring out with you. So you try and keep your costs under that so that you can make a profit. Manpower. Send manpower. This will send whatever you have in the province. So I had those 7,000 guys there, 4,000 of which were mercs. So you can use merc manpower and not your own. And when it's returned to you at the end, if any guys are left alive, they don't come back as mercs. They automatically either go into your manpower pool or they come back as regular troops. So that's a way that you can convert merc manpower into your own manpower, is by sending them on these expeditions. But I sent 4,000 of them, 3,000 of our guys. We need to get morale set up. Let's do it with some payments. Morale, and purchase some love, as it says. Okay, go back. Organize the troops. This is organization. You want to get this up. Do 3 of those. That's 155. Total cost is already at 500. We're going to go a little over, I think. Make sure they have supplies. Set party share. Now, I've seen, there are videos online, people explaining stuff. There's probably Reddit stuff explaining what the party share is. I think it's Poimu that said 1/3 of the lowest estimated cost. So if it's 6, 1/3 of that is 200. And that seems to work out nicely. Now total cost is 750, estimated loot is 700, so that's not great. But you never know, we could get really lucky. Again, that's just an estimate of loot. We could do better than the estimate. But let's start the expedition. And now we'll get updates on our expedition, looking into like these caves or whatever else is going on there. And then whoever comes back, we can send them over here to a new expedition target. And you can only do one expedition at a time. You can't send a bunch of guys here and have a bunch more guys go to this one. That would be cool, but you just can't do it. Also, now we have a free colonist not doing anything, and nowhere that we can colonize, because we can't colonize this yet, because it's not adjacent to one of our cores, because we're still colonizing this. So what we do is we click on one of our provinces, and we can send a colonist to try and grow development. And here, it's a 12.5% chance every year of raising dev by 1 point in a random category. The higher development the province has, the less chance of development happening in the province. But we want to send them to this one because this is where our mithril is. And this is the one that's going to earn us the most money. Speaking of development, we also want to make sure that the development on these ones is at 6. So didn't quite get there. Okay, so here's some of the stuff that happens. You get an update. Manpower is already down a little bit. Morale is at 8.7, organization 155, supplies at 97%. No loot yet, and we're halfway through floor 1. Around every corner of the Serpent Spine, there might be another secret, another adventure, or another relic of its long history. Those relics may be long broken, but sometimes they're just resting. As metal scrapes on stone and faint whining of gears reverberates from the walls, a towering figure appears in front of a forward expedition. An iron golem stands tall, its body ready to fight intruders once again, at least what it thinks are intruders. Attack imminent. So, we attack that. Golem's torso crashes to the ground, sending shocks through the surrounding caves. Springs and gears get ejected, and its protective shielding fails. A last wisp of steam escapes the broken surface, and the golem is defeated. As the old falters, the new will take its place onwards. So we get 75 loot, half point of morale, but we lose 150 soldiers. So the goal is to make it out of here with at least one soldier left. If we have one soldier at the end of this, we win, and we get all the different prizes and loots. If we lose all our soldiers before then, we lose. We lose everything. It doesn't hold over for the next expedition that comes in. You just lose everything, and you have to start over with a brand new expedition. All those points and money that you put into that expedition, all those guys, gone. So make sure that you're supplying them well enough to complete the task. So we look to centralize the state. Yeah, okay. We're not losing stability. We'll lose government reform again, probably, right? 96, 100, man. We'll take it. We're never going to get that first reform. Aha. But we did finish digging our hold. Now it's down to 90 dev. It was like 114 or 140. So that helps. Let's build that marketplace that we needed. And where are we here? Still need to get that loyalty up. Strange creatures, sentient, non-sentient, and semi-sentient alike, roam the depths of the Serpent Spine, looking for the few morsels of food the hard and unyielding rock offers. Some of these creatures have turned upon others in search of sustenance, but no other does so with an uncaring ambiguity than the giant slimes dwelling in the pits. They creep up on unexpected creatures, encasing them in their slimy bodies. Few of these slimes have attacked, or to be more precise, just walked over a few of our explorers, suffocating them in their gooey bodies. Cut them out or stand back. Let's stand back. Oh, that was not it. Witness the awful dissolution of their allies' bodies, petrified. After some minutes, the slime spit out the meager leftovers, bones picked clean. So we lost 400 soldiers and half a point of morale. Yeah, we should have tried to cut them out. I thought I might lose more guys trying to cut them out than not. Family. Oh yeah, we're taking the free stab. Definitely. We lose 10 prestige? Screw it. 5 unrest? Screw it. 1 stab. Can't beat 1 stab. Unless it's 2 stab. Just think how much further along we'd be if we didn't have some of those bad events like that stupid ass comet. No more comet events, game. Rolling death. Expedition continues scouting out the caverns. Somewhere deep within the dark, a thunderous rumbling can be heard. Its reverberating echoing through the ground. Splitting and cracking stone herald its arrival. A huge boulder is dislodged deep within the cavern and is headed right for our expedition. An avalanche of smaller stones just behind it. Run away! As the last echoes of the rolling death subsided, the explorers and scouts look around. The expedition is scattered. With the sound of a horn, they slowly gather around again, some carrying bodies of our fellow adventurers with them, their bodies disfigured by the avalanche. These are the dangers one has to contend with. So we lost another 100 seconds for soldiers. How are we doing here? Still only 327 colonists here. But it's 1464, so we're doing decent. And we're still purging goblins. That's wonderful. Love to see it. Okay, that's it. Development of 6 now. Now all we need is to get this to 6. There's 5. So all we need is one more. And that will unlock this. Oh, copper. Okay. Current price 3. Okay. We finished our little mission here for the merchants. So we can pick another one. That puts loyalty above 50, so we can seize land again. Puts us at 16% crowding. We're getting there. What are the iciness ones? They want to fire somebody. We're not doing that. They want autonomy. We're not doing that. Glowing ember production at least 4. We might be doing that. Or Krakdhumvror have a temple. We're definitely doing that. Because then it also adds to base tax. So that's free dev in the capital. Plus money from the temple. No brainer. Now we could have put the dev edict on for back here for doing this, but again, I just can't be bothered. That'll be the smart thing to do, but sometimes convenience or lack of convenience. Yes, it would be like 2 whole buttons I'd have to press to do that. One more month, I think. Let's put it on Diplo. gets them with this modifier right here, prospecting for ore. So they're going to hopefully change the output of this and this to different ores. It might change this, although this is already an ore, it's iron. Normally it changes this to iron, and this to gems. So we'll see. It might just stay iron. And that would give us 4 iron provinces back in this section. Which I think is a mission for iron provinces. Yeah. 3 owned provinces producing iron that's not our capital. The base production is at least 5, and they have a weapons manufacturer. So we can do that and tuck them back into that corner. Okay. New election. 7, 42 is 8, 4 is 8. Where are we at? Oh, we definitely need to add points. Surpluses and holy sites. None of the other dwarves have taken any of the other holy sites yet. Sometimes Albuquerque gets to perceive forward trade. I get it. Alright, Bat Cave. Without cried one of the scouts. Almost, he pointed up at the ceiling where a huge group of large bats hung from the rocky surface, their eyes blinking in the unsteady light of the torches. Roused like that, they descended upon the group, fighting and tearing on the flesh of the soldiers. Wild flailing without any form of coordination ensued, and panic spread among the expeditioners. Scouts are everywhere. Despite the desperate and panic cries of the soldiers, many others managed to keep the peace somewhat calm and focused enough that they managed to organize a coordinated defense, slowly driving the bats away into the caverns and crevices from whence they came. Slowly but surely, even the most annoying and resistant bats were beaten and removed from the soldiers they had latched onto. Coordination and cooperation were key. So we gained half a point morale with 50 more supplies. We was at 280 so far. P are probably not going to make that our original investment. Okay, no sign of that centaur that was over here close to us. No idea where he has migrated to. There is also a kobold, dark scale kobold, somewhere in this area that could possibly migrate up into this area. I've seen that happen before. I saw one time it migrated, the dark scale kobold migrated out across the plains and found Dervash Toon empty, and then set up his little, there was a little kobold empire there. He stretched down the caves and out onto the plains a little bit. I found that amusing. One game. No, I wasn't playing over here. I think I was playing in Garudia. Probably playing either the Irvixton or one of those countries. I don't think it was an orbital playthrough, because I don't remember coming over and fighting them. And for the orbital playthrough, you do have to get through here and head this direction. Okay, we lost one of our conquistadors, but that's okay. We've only got one army in the field right now. That's this guy. Okay, look there. Base manpower is increased by 1 point. The colonist came through. But now, there's only a 10% chance instead of a 12.5% chance because it went up by 1 point. Okay. More goblins gone. A little bit of devastation, but that's okay. Okay, we got back from the expedition 240 gold and 80 of each point. Yeah, we lost on that. Back to the field. Yes. 4,000 units. 4,000 men heading over here. And we didn't find anything cool. And that was just a silver one. So that's 4,000 we need. Can't recruit them yet. 68, 3 more years, okay. Three. 4. 5, 6. There we go. Alright, nice try. Colony's gonna finish anyway. Meanwhile, you start getting ready for the expedition. You don't have to have all the troops there yet, but we can have a bunch of them. Gold and medium. 300 to 1,000, huh? That's 188 organization. That's supplies. Supplies. Here. At 100%. Set party share at 100 gold crowns, because that's 1/3 of the minimum. And we'll be ready to go as soon as all the rest of the troops show up. the colony is finished. Thank you. Now we finish this one. Yes. Okay. Let's build the mage tower. Get dev cost down, and those take a while. And because now we own most of this, or we own all the provinces here, it colors the wasteland around the provinces. It's just a nice touch. You can turn that off on the map if you want. It doesn't mean anything. It just means that I control the majority of the provinces that touch the wasteland. So it colors into my color and looks like that wasteland is part of my nation. All right, who are we doing? I think morale. We gotta go with morale. It's hard to pass up morale and discipline, guys. Oops. Expedition. Start preparations. Let's send the rest of them. So 10,000, 10 morale, 188% organization. I think that's good. We spent 735. We're in the middle. I mean, we're high end, but in the middle, below the 1,000 cap. So let's send them and hope that they can do a little better job than the first guys did. Also, did our spell for colonists wear off yet? It did not. When does it wear off? 69. Nice. Alright, so what else can we cast right now? Great project cost. Reinforce speed. Movement speed. Dice roll bonus. State experience modifier. Man, these all suck. Yeah, no. Don't like any of these. We're just gonna have to go with free points. There's that golem again, and 75 loot, same thing. Goblin Summoner. Halt, the timid figure shouts from the precipice. Do not tread further, for this is the realm of Digglethub, the unfathomable. The scouts laugh and look at the goblin and prepare to just circle around it when he holds a crude wooden staff with a skull bound to the end over his hand. Consider yourself warned or face wrath beyond your mortal capabilities. I'm serious. I figure, I can picture this goblin being voiced by, oh, who's the guy? Why can't I think of his name now? Shit. The guy who plays on The Princess Bride in Inconceivable. I just think about that. Looking at the goblin in confusion, one of the guards unsheathes his sword. So be it. The goblin shouts and pulls forth a hulking figure of rock, earth and stone from the depths of the elemental planes before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The elemental reels back, then accelerates its arm toward the scouts, slamming it down into the cold stone that a deep rumbling sound penetrates the cavern. The scouts run back to the main expedition, but the elemental is just behind them. Shouting and screaming, the scouts arrive at the camp and warn the others of the looming threat when the elemental already circles around the last corner, smashing dripstones and hurling boulders in its way. With the expedition leader sufficiently alerted, he calls on the other soldiers to a meeting on how to approach his new enemy. So, fight the elemental, try and find and kill the mage, or fall back quickly. Try and find and kill the mage. In the frenzy of battle, the general managed to divert some troops to start a distraction further down the hallway, banging their shields and swords. The distraction worked as suddenly the sorcerer appeared on an alcove above us, watching what made the sudden sound. Our archers took the shot and managed to pierce his robes and green skin, sending him flying over the precipice. As his body shattered upon the rocky floor, the elemental vanished, its boulders thundering to the floor, sending shockwaves through the cave. After inspecting the damages and losses, some explorers went over to the sorcerer's corpse to check for anything that might be valuable. Between mangled wands, ugly rations, and weird powdered fumes and vials, they also found some books, which, upon further inspection, seemed to be some long-forgotten scholarly work on conjuration. The mages rejoiced and immediately went to transcribe the text into contemporary ways. Let's take a look at this other spell here. Gain 250 loot. Cha-ching. Now we're cooking, chat. All right. We've got 326 still, huh? That's still pretty slow. Made it to the next level of the expedition, or next level of the cave that they're exploring. Mage Tower's coming along too. We've got 2 more years on that. Okay. Fungi. Aw, man. I have at least 300 gold. Can't be prospecting for ore. Are they? They are. Alright, so we just sit on our gold for a little bit until they get done, and then we can get these buffs. Finally, government reform. Do we want nobility influence? Absolutely not. Where are we anyway? 2 diets summoned. Okay, no more summoning diets. Goblin ambush. Almost out of nowhere, a gigantic army of goblins descend upon us, crawling out of every nook and cranny, every small tunnel and crevice around us, with spit-fledged... Fledged? Is that fledged? That is fledged. Isn't that supposed to be spit-flecked teeth and crude yet painful weapons? They scream in anger, preparing for their attack, striking fear into the eyes and hearts of our explorers. Death to the greenskins. Quickly our soldiers scrambled to the front and prepared for impact, shields and spears ready for the onslaught. As the goblins approach, they are met with grim resolve, metal striking metal, steel scraping on crude armor. We slay countless of their number, and the rest soon flee. Loot the bodies. So we lose 300 soldiers, but we gain 200 more loot, and half a point of morale. Going well so far. Keep the loot rolling. $479 on the colony, and it's 1467, and another level deeper in the expedition. Okay. I mean, we have a chance at this. 517 colonists now. Yeah, we'll lose the Republican tradition because it comes back fast. Yeah, we're good. We get those free monarch points. Okay, now we have enough gold. All we need is for these modifiers to go away. Which should be soon. Hopefully. Increase of goblin tolerance. Goblin minority purged. That's hilarious. We tolerate goblins just a little more now. Get the hell out. Okay. A second here. Check, see how long, closing in on the 3-hour mark, guys. Here we go. Clearing out an old collapsed tunnel has revealed a lost mausoleum of a locally revered ancestor, which has reinvigorated interest in stories about them. The stone keepers have jumped at the chance to capitalize on this, funding the restoration of the mausoleum out of pocket. Marvelous. Stonekeepers gets 5 influence and 5 loyalty. Cobwebs. In the tunnel ahead, a particularly bendy and tight passage through the underrock, our soldiers came upon what at first seemed to be cobwebs. The white strands laced the walls and blocked the path forward. Upon some initial inspection, the material turned out to be extremely easy to break. This made many reluctant to just walk through, waiting for the expedition leader's assessment of the situation. Get some mages on this, or sweep it away. And we can do this because we have the Ice Smith estate, which is mages. Alright, let's get some mages on it. The mages take a small sample of the cobwebs, putting them through some tests. After 15 minutes, they came back with the results. Crystalline structure is fragile and brittle, but it is fire resistant. Its chemical composition is akin to other silicates, dominated by magnesium and oxygen. With those tests made, they consulted their books and came to the terrific conclusion that this material must be phyllosilicate crystal, a mineral of the serpentine subgroup better known as asbestos. Walking through it would have had disastrous consequences for our soldiers that could disable them until the end of their life. We'd have to pay compensation for years to come, so we get 0.75 morale. So, funny story, my high school was absolutely loaded balls to the wall with asbestos. And while I was going there, the last couple years, I think, we had renovations going on where they were removing all of the asbestos. And, they had some plastic up. And, of course, we had to be able to walk through it to get to certain areas and stuff. But, that was just so it wouldn't, quote unquote, the dust wouldn't go to the other places. We still got dust. I'm sure we inhaled tons of asbestos dust. But hey, what's it matter? We're just kids, right? I'm sure that's not going to have any bad health effects on any of us. Or that any of the bad health effects that we've had down the road weren't from getting some of that asbestos dust. Flock of cloakers. While exploring the caverns and crevices of the serpent spine, it is not uncommon for the groups to disperse from time to time, leaving stragglers behind. At the end of the day, they usually join with the main group again, and that's that, usually. While counting our numbers at the day's end, the quartermaster quickly picked upon a few missing expeditionaries. Get out there and find them, the captain commands. But before we could depart, they soon arrived at camp in a dead sprint, running away from soft sailing shadows above them. Cloakers, one shouts, before being picked up by one of these nightmarish creatures. Archers, take aim. The aberrations disperse in the darkness. As soon as our archers and gunners took aim and started bombarding the cloakers with arrows and lead, the monsters quickly dispersed. They are known for picking up stragglers and people left behind on battlefields, a seasoned adventurer recalls, not for direct attacks. We must have scared them away. A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless. Got 1 morale, lost 75 soldiers. So, we're doing okay. 732 colonists in Hardy Hole right now. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we're definitely grabbing this. Now we have 932 colonists there. We are almost out. Almost. And then we'll be able to see stuff. Oh, and our expedition is complete. And our dead-end mines. The prospecting efforts in the dead-end tunnel have paid off, just as we'd hoped. Copious iron veins crucial to our ice steel smithing operations have been struck all down the tunnel's length, and we found large pockets of gemstones right at the end. We need to get stone mines, or some mines set up right away. Okay. Iron, gems will be produced and broke down, right? Yeah, okay. So it did overwrite the iron that was there. The expedition returns. So we pay them in full and send them back out. Yep. Came back with 7 out of 10. That's not bad. Plus we got a bunch of admin points and everything. A bunch of monarch points. So we'll choose a new admin tech. And we'll take expansion ideas. Because once we get out there, we're going to need another settler. All provinces owned. But I do own this. Oh, I thought I did. My bad. I will soon own that. Another turn or two. Okay, 2. One more turn. Our colony in Hardyhole has grown enough to become self-sustaining. That's what we needed. Okay, now, Thunderstill Commission. One of the council members, Ugram Thundersteel, has been doing some research into the income our expansion thus far has brought us and says we have gained much wealth from it. He has put forward a proposal which he calls the Thunderstill Commission. If we follow this plan of calculated expansion across the giant Anvil's range and into the northern pass, we'll be able to solidify our hold rapidly and lucratively. I've always wondered what it looks like outside the mountain. Now this gives us an extra $12 tax, so that's another $1 per year, an extra colonist, and Krakdhumvror will discover all these different areas and get a permanent claim on them. So there. So now we can see Broken Wheel, Serpent Shadow, and Dervesh Tune, which is another hold. That's what we want to work towards. So put a colonist there, send 1,100 troops, and we'll pour that last piece. And now we have another colonist. Do we have to have... I don't think so. I think we're okay if we just have it. I don't think it has to be a certain level or anything. But ramping production. 3 owned provinces producing iron, base production at least 5. Alright, let's set one of our colonists here and hope that he gets a point in production. Because we can't do anything else with him right now. Well, I mean, we could put him in a different spot, but we can't colonize anything else because you have no colonists, but it's landlocked and not adjacent to any of our fully developed provinces. You can only colonize provinces that are adjacent to one of your own provinces, not colonies or that are coastal provinces. So once this becomes a full colony, then we're good. And let's see what we have. Can we cast this yet? No, it was 69. That's right, I remember that. Because it was nice. Right, Abjuration Protected Journey, plus 20. Okay. What are we doing for this one? Ice Smith or Nobility if we can. Coking Hill. Manpower 3, maybe. We're not firing anybody. We're not doing autonomy. You know what? Let's do the thing for animals fraction. Because I want the money. This is why I want the money. Trade power, institution, dev cost, down again. Thank you. Down to 96. As soon as this thing finishes, which should be now. Down to 91. Forgot I wasn't summoning diets anymore. And that last one wasn't me, but the one before it was. Should have known better. Stupid me. Can't do that again. One of the missions that you have is the Eastern Pass, where Hardy Hole has a fort and a barracks. So at some point we're going to want to put a fort here. So maybe as soon as we get the money for that, we'll just build that fort there. That'll also protect the entrance to getting in here and wrecking most of our infrastructure and stuff. We need to also put a fort in Krakdhumvror, because I don't know how many times, like if enemies take one of your holds and like siege it down and capture it, you lose a crap ton of the dev in there, and it gets damaged, and you have to, I think, repair it before you can start deving again, and it's just a pain in the ass. Okay, we are not summoning a diet. Just have to watch that. Once that hits 50, we can go and seize land again. Any? No. Okay. My abjuration spell wore off. Let's do it again. And that was perfect timing. Trade efficiency up. Now, we can restore the Dwarven Empire. All we need is to rebuild the crown and have 25 provinces that are forts whores. Yeah, we'll get right on that. Merchant guilds gain influence and loyalty. Might as well. We can pay for it. We have the money. We're not doing anything else with it, really. Okay. First fur trade good. Not quite. 49%. It would be nice if when you hovered over it, it showed the breakdown in tenths stuff. Tenths of a percent. Okay. Lost an advisor. I guess we go with production efficiency. And good time for Meltech 6, now that we're out in the world and we can start running into bad guys. Okay, let's start building that fort. Actually, nope, you know what? Let's build the fort here. It's a much more important location. The next two spots can be here. Them getting in isn't so bad as them, them getting in would suck, but them sieging down the capital and winning would really suck. So we always want to make sure that we have forts on our holds. And this hold isn't that great, but I mean, it's another hold. It's better than this, 4 dev versus 13 dev. 13 dev looks pretty good. Consider this as 3 dev. The bad magic event, because it costs us monarch points and money. Okay, let's seize land. Well, we're getting there. Speaking of stuff, hold on. Can we lower autonomy? can in a couple of spots. That gives us a little more gold. Probably a little more manpower. Even more gold. That's nice. Okay. So this brew expired. Okay. What's it cost for this fort? 170. Soon. Okay. Okay, now we build the fort here. Six more troops for the limit. Cost 8. So we're gonna need what? 48? 48. Okay, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. And let's give this guy a general. What happens when I broken was a city? Okay, yeah, that's gonna open up the map a little bit. Move down here. And we just wait for a moment. Okay. Orcs. No. Get rid of the orcs. We don't like orcs. Yeah, more goblins. Purged. which is lovely. And we get an additional colonist just in time. See, the timing on that is beautiful. As we're going to come out of here, and there's going to be all that open land. And now we've got 4 colonists to take advantage of it. Might as well go promote settler growth there for a minute. I doubt it'll happen in one turn, but you never know. I've seen weirder things. Okay, there's our colony in Broken Wheel. You stop. You stop. You stop. Okay. Oh, I should probably read these. Our surroundings. It has been so long since any port's dwarf ventured outside the Giant's Anvil. We should send out some initial scouting parties into Tanning Valley and get the lay of the land. Then we must decide where best to send our teams to get a forward outpost up and running as soon as possible. With all that complete, we will have a base from which we can mount further expeditions into the northern pass and beyond. And that gives us basically sight on all of these areas. So the first place we want to send somebody, okay, we have all 4 colonists. We have 2 of the 4 colonists. Why? Yes. Stop promoting. Stop promoting. There we go. Okay. The first place we want to send a colonist is to Serpent Shadow. Because we want to get the Dervash Tune, and this is the way to unlock it. So, 6,300. Split in half. Nope. Let's do this. Okay. That takes care of the 6,300. Tanning, which has the trading outpost. That's 6,200 there. Hold on. Fine, just move. Thank you. 6,200, so that's at least another 7. Send a colonist there. 7. But this one doesn't have a general. Wait, I can get a general, right? Yes, I can get one more general. Okay, fine. One more general for you. Not the best, but could have done worse. And that's 4,700, 4,200. Okay. So go down here. We'll send our 4th scout there. Okay, 52, 62, 63. These are the 2 most important ones. These are about equal for what I'm gonna probably want to do afterwards. Can I could, but we'd be over the limit. Is that going to matter? What's my I'm at $9 a month? We can get one more dwarf. In other places, very limited trade power penalty. Do we want another door? I guess so, because we're making it. Okay, the fort's done there. How long till this is done? 1473. Next year, that's not bad. Okay, can make states in Tanning Valley. Sure. So the next expansion things will be one goes here, one down here, and one into Cold Fork, I think. Maybe here. I don't know, let's look. 35, 48, 14. Maybe we'll do these 4. And not worry about the east yet. West is more important at the moment. Recruitment out of necessity. Yeah. You can read this if you want. It's basically a that sucks to be you event. So nobility loses 10 loyalty. We'll just lose a little bit of professionalism and local manpower. I can't really be bothered to lose the nobility loyalty right now. So they're at 61%. We need to get rid of one more diet. At least our colonies grow nicely. Okay, we have our fort. Now we can put a barracks there too. And half of that one mission will be completed. Then we only have to put that stuff in Dervesh too. Conquistador, Conquistador. But we don't have space for it yet, so take the Diplotech. And I think the next time we're taking admin tech instead of emergent, because emergent doesn't do us any good right now. Tanning has changed to gold. Thank you, RN Jesus. We can also attack the ogres over here for easy land once we get going a bit more. Looking at 35, 48, 53, and 14. Okay. Maybe we won't go to Nature's Bounty. Maybe we will go east. Because we're going to need, after we're done with these, if it's these four, right, there's not going to be any more land opened up visually. Oh, maybe there will. I have that conquistador, so I could manually walk around and open up a couple spots. I might do that. these are more important than going east. Although I really do want to get over to the east too, so we can get, hopefully get a fort over there. And if we can slow down Lake Federation from snowballing, that would be a wonderful thing to do. Okay, what is this? Dead end tunnel gets mining settlement. So their names change. Dev cost down, goods produced, province governing. Good. Production at 15 in the capital. We have it. I'm going to need a workshop, which we don't have, and we don't have the tech for it. So that's why the next time we have a choice of either putting up our idea or our tech. We're going to go with tech for admin tech so that we can make workshops. And we build one of those in Krakdhumvror. And that gives us ice steel equipment technique, local goods produced, but it unlocks this thing. Works on a surface. Completed mission, relighting the forges, and a new work threat has arrived in the northern pass. And it's at least 1520. Or it's at least 1520. Right, so we gotta, and that gives us another colonist too. And that's what we want. This is global settler increase. Okay. So yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna look to the west. We're gonna send our conquistador to scout. Okay, what is this? Rostov gets a marketplace. And one production? Yeah, we're going with that. I don't even need to see anything else. Yep. So as soon as we build a marketplace here. Thank you. So as soon as that starts building, as soon as that's done, this will go up by 1 point, and that... Oops, hold on. We'll go with this. We still need to get admin up first. Not this one, this one. 3 provinces producing iron with base production of 5. That will put that... That will put that at a base production of 5, which is what we want. Autonomy change, good. Goblin skulkers now. We've been purging them, and now they're back as skulkers. Aha. North Melt and Tanning are good. North Melt. Cold Fork. Okay, so North Melt can have 4,000 troops. No, swear to God. Cold Fork can have 5,000 troops. How many troops are here? Okay. So we have 2 more cores. You come down here. Replace the advisor with... I don't know, the level 2 trade efficiency guy looks good. Okay, here's a bad guy. I think this is Shattered Crown. Yes, this is Shattered Crown. And they have 34,000 troops. So we do not want to slide up next to them right now. We need to get a little stronger before we do any of that stuff. They are established here, but putting in a colony here. Keep poking around, seeing what we can see. I'm worried that Frozen Maw or Grombar is going to be over here. Grombar would be worse than Frozen Maw. but not by much. Either one is bad. I think Grombar has worse modifiers to deal with or whatever, and more manpower and stuff usually than Frozen Maw does, and Frozen Maw has a decent amount of manpower to start with. And vassals and stuff. I don't know. Maybe we'll get lucky and Roaring March will kick their butt. Uh-oh. Who dat? We're about to find out. Is it Frozen Maw? Is it Grombar? There's no enemies in here that can attack me, so I don't need to send troops. Which is nice. People are eating our minds. Yeah, we don't want to lose production of base tax, so we will spend mill power and manpower and only take the 10 devastation. Okay, survey says Frozen Maw, and they are at war with Everwolf and Bayrick. They're fighting to their west. They only have 24,000 troops right now. They have Assault Ribsby and Eskerborg though. Ugh. And they're already Miltech 6. God. Right. Home again, jiggity jig. All right. Thought of this sooner. More new resources coming out of dead-end mines, various guilds. Oh. God damn it. Why so many negative things? Who is this? Okay. You here. The good news is I don't think any of these provinces can have more than 10,000 troops in them. There are a couple on the board that can have more than 10,000, like rebels or savages, natives. But I don't think any of these ones qualify. So I wonder if Durin Blue Shield is alive. Oh my god, he is. Right here. that's good. Then I only have to colonize this, vassalizing. He almost made it to Durbashatun. Not today. See what's down here. $4,400 for you. Has flowing vassal, sky blood, iron claw, stone masher, and trump masher. Yeah, I think attacking him might be a bad idea. What else we got? Let's go look at this province. Ivory, gems. Yeah, doing decent. That's clear. Let's check this one province. What do we get for trading in ivory? State maintenance minus 20%. Good. We'll check here then. We can check the western. Good. We'll take the natives. What is this? $5,000. And probably furs. Be funny if it's native supplies. 2.4% chance of being naval supplies. Which would be disappointing if it was naval supplies, but it'd be funny. but I'm used to funny, disappointing things happening in my life. That seems to be the standard. But what are you? Another 2,900. 2,900 is not bad. And this guy needs to go the other direction. There's the bad guys. Tune has changed to cloth. Good. Cloth is a good trade good to have. And necromancy is now renowned. Okay. What else can they learn? Can they learn anything? They can. Let's go. One more in necromancy. What's the narrows? 58, 25. We'll take one from here and beef that up and move them both into those two. We'll look at this stuff. We've got time, might as well, right? Never know what might be back here. Probably not any expedition targets, but found stranger things. Isolation, Evan Steel Lanes. There it is. Workshop. Here. Thank you. And that's at 5 because why not? Do we have any other iron? Oops. I don't think we do. Not yet. We'll find iron. What do I need for secure the west? No. I need that. So I'm going to grab that and this one next. No expedition targets in here, unfortunately. But I am going to peek at some of these western provinces. Actually, I should probably grab the Narrows and this next. Because the Narrows cuts them off from coming further east. At least above this little mountain range. I think I'll do that. This will be first, because I need it for a mission. This will be second. News of an orc warband. Oh. You don't need that shit. Okay. Cold Fork has grown enough to become self-sufficient. Fine. $25. Send. What do we got? Good. Now, what's this? A new orc threat has arrived in the northern past. How is this not him? Or do I have to touch it? Maybe my colony has to touch it? I don't know. Fine. That's done. Krakdhumvror needs level 4 outer hold and base production of at least 20. Okay, gonna be a minute. Let's go look at some of these other provinces I'm going to need. Thank you. Colonist +1. And I get morale and shock damage. Okay. So another colonist somewhere. I guess here? party holds its local fortification. Send another colonist here. Always doing money-wise. Still great money-wise. But what happens in this new... Oh, we have all the colonies. That's fine. Yeah, we're good, we're good. You will fight. We also built 2 more infantry somewhere. Human people from neighbors. Sure. Be nice to the humans. Definitely want to take a look at some balls. Let's go back here and get our extra troops. 2 more troops. Tech-wise, almost to level 7. How are they doing tech-wise? They're still at 6. And now they're fighting Cobalt Company, Brave Brothers. They've restored all their manpower, and they have more. Jesus. I guess we make them the enemy. I guess we make friends with these dwarves, maybe? Maybe not. Okay. Definitely that one. And we're sending 2,000 to here. How many are here? 4,300. Oh, screw it. We'll get the settler increase anyway. Undamaged development, at least 20 has a fort building. Okay. We need to repair it. That's the first thing. we're gonna send this guy here with $3,000 more troops. Now I have 5 freaking colonists at the moment. I am trying to outgrow these orcs. We can't go up north any further, but we can still go west. Let's go look and see what's over here. There's humans, yes. Okay, good. Not a lot of people here. There are not a lot of trolls anyway. Are trolls people? Alright, let's check this one. Integrated. Yeah. Humans shall be integrated. Diplo rep. Doesn't matter. General's dead. Snorri. You go, Snorlax. Still free. Be nice if we could get a little bit more. A few more generals, but not yet. Hot Springs. Glowing embers with Hot Springs until the end of the game. Local tax modifier or manpower recovery speed. Hot Springs. Glowing embers. Tax 0.07. Well, let's just manpower recovery speed plus 10%. Does that give me only here, apparently. Oh well. It's not like we missed out on a whole bunch. better now. Do you want to be friends yet? We'll improve relations. Maybe you'll want to be friends eventually. Let's seize more land. Getting there. Why is it 70? Something must have happened. Oh yeah, advancement of the nobility. There it is. Till 1489. Oh, it's alright. We're not going to be done with this other shit until then. So I need to have the provinces along this line. Unfortunately. Who is that? Irvixton, maybe? Iron. Good, we need another iron province. We'll spend the Diplo to get the mercantilism. Uh-huh. You don't like Skola, Gold Market, or Everward. Come on. Actually, let's go back. I don't want to lose these 5,000 troops. Although I'm getting decent tradition scores. More goblins purged. More mill power. That works for now, because the east is not a priority. While the west and the south definitely are, because they are part of the mission tree. This reckless advance, 17, 16, 15. I have to have all three of those. Okay. There's my mellow tactics, artillery fire, artillery shock, and there's my cannons. No, we want these. Because they can do a little bit of fire damage. So this one is going to keep advancing down the dwarven tunnels. This guy, since he can't keep going west on his own, is going to go here, I guess. He'll work around this corner if he can. If I can get to here and stop frozen more, that'll be good. You guys are just going to keep heading west. And you are going to take targets of opportunity where you can find them, such as here or here. Probably north for the next one, to be honest with you, because we're going to need troops elsewhere. Okay, so that's 53. I might be able to pull one. That's 7,000. Now the one will go right to him. And that's 2,500. Okay, I can pull some from here. Use of an orc warband. Man, no orcs. Bad orc warbands. He's coming through the roads, and he's gonna hit this guy first, right? And he'll have to deal with him. Okay, there's the narrows done. We could go here. Let's go here. That frees up more troops. Two more, I guess over here. Well, hold on. Two more to this. That's what, 87? That'll give him 8. Still need one more if I want to be ahead of the game. Maybe I can pull them from here. Alright. Fine. New Diplotech. We're good. Alright, got that one. So if I can get to here, and this one here, and here, I can cut them off from going north. This guy has to get to here to cut them from coming east. Norbor Stormkeeper, controversial protectionist, started providing advice for the trade developments in Krakdhumvror. Internal trade has been strengthened at the cost of curtailed imports and increased state regulation. While their decision to improve infrastructure has been appreciated, recent suggestions have caused many influential people to question their philosophy. They argue that the counselor is taking Nobor's Stormkeeper's advice too readily, and that we should look for mutually beneficial deals with other nations rather than seeking to dominate every area of trade. It's helped so far. 2 mercantilism, or he loses. Oh, we're getting a 2 free mercantilism. I mean, 5 Republican tradition cost, but Republican tradition is nothing. More troops yet? Not yet. This is still... Alright, that one finished. Let's go here. We can send these guys to this one. Good riddance. More native uprisings in Twin Pines. We can state this up and court it. Forest troll people plead for aid. Nope. Well, yeah, we'll get the settler increase. Why not? I think after these 2 colonies complete and we start setting up the next ones, I think I'm going to end for now. We're getting close. Been streaming for what, 4.5 hours? Yeah. So I think that's a good place, or that'll be a good place to stop. We're growing. There's still no match for these a-holes over here. 34,000 troops. Or these a-holes down here. Although, they're Miltech 5. We might want to go after them. do this. We'll put Eastern stuff on hold for now. And we'll head this way. How are we looking troop-wise? Oh, we can get some more. Let's get some cannons. Because we don't have any yet. $572. Might as well hold off on that Tech 2 for a minute. And there's so much I want to do. Are you really losing to Frozen Maw? This is crazy. Force in there? 29. I gotta do better than that. Alright, so we may go attack these guys as soon as we get close to them. That might be the plan. But for now, unassigned merchants. For trade power. And you collect trade power here. Yeah, that's a little better. And then, what do my merc forces look like? 13. There's a cav and a cannon, huh? Okay. This is almost repaired. And I can put, yeah, we're not going to go to war until I have a fortress there. Are you willing to be my friend yet? You are. Thank you. How nice of you. Well, so much for the colonial rush. What are we at now? Still 135 a year, that's not bad. But I think this is a good place to stop for now. So, let's do this. Save. Krakdhumvror. And I think that's where we'll stop for today. So for those of you watching this on Twitch, I appreciate you. come back. I don't know when I'll be on. I'm gonna try and get on tomorrow, maybe around the same time, maybe around like 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and see if we can stream for a few hours and continue our campaign. For those of you watching on YouTube, make sure you leave a like and subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you're aware of upcoming content as it's posted. So, as always, thank you for coming along on this journey. Have a good day, and goodbye.